हिंदी चैनल, टेस्टिंग हिंदी चैनल, ये हिंदी चैनल है। आपको मेरी आवाज़ आ रही है? मैं हिंदी चैनल को टेस्ट कर रही हूँ, चैनल नंबर 5 हिंदी चैनल।
हेलो गौरव, आवाज आ रहा है?
हिंदी चैनल टेस्टिंग हिंदी चैनल।
मैडम ने ऑन कर, अरे 5 मिनट।
On behalf of the Indian Police and the Central Bureau of Investigation, I extend a warm welcome to the members of Interpol and our distinguished guests who have traveled from across the globe and within the country to be with us here today. The Central Bureau of Investigation, which is the National Central Bureau of India, is extremely proud to be hosting this event after 25 years during the 75th anniversary of our independence. The inaugural session of the 90th Interpol General Assembly will be presided over by the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi. The Honorable Prime Minister's arrival on the dais shall be followed by the Indian national flag and the flag of Interpol, carried by a marching contingent of the Indo-Tibetan Border Police Force. This will be followed by the Indian national anthem, the anthem of Interpol, and a minute of silence as a mark of respect for those police personnel all over the world who have made the ultimate sacrifice in the line of duty. I will request all esteemed delegates and distinguished dignitaries to kindly rise on arrival of the Honorable Prime Minister in the plenary hall and take their seats after the Indian national anthem, the anthem of Interpol, and the 1-minute silence that follows. The guests in uniform are requested to salute while the flags are carried and the two anthems are played. Before we start today's session, I also request you to kindly switch off all electronic devices or to put them on silent mode. Thank you. I would like to inform the esteemed audience that the Honorable Union Minister for Home Affairs and Cooperation, Shri Amit Shah, has arrived at the venue. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Prime Minister of India has now reached the venue. the Honorable Prime Minister is being received by the Union Minister for Home Affairs and Cooperation, President of Interpol, Secretary General Interpol, and the Director, Central Bureau of Investigation. The Honorable Prime Minister is now being escorted for introduction and photograph with the Vice Presidents and members of the Interpol Executive Committee. The Honorable Prime Minister is now being briefed about the Interpol Centenary Strand by Interpol officials. The Indian police has a rich heritage. In order to showcase the illustrious legacy of the Indian police, there is a display in the exhibition area which is being inaugurated by the Honorable Prime Minister. During the course of the General Assembly, this display shall remain open. All dignitaries and guests are invited to kindly visit. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, is now amidst us. I request you all to rise to greet the Honorable Prime Minister. No, sir. An august moment with the Indian Tiranga and the Interpol flag side by side on the dais in the presence of the Honorable Prime Minister of India. Thank you. We now present to you a welcome video from the host nation, India, showcasing a microcosm of our country in all its color and glory.
Welcome to India.
May I now invite Major General Ahmad Nasser Al-Raisi, President of Interpol, to welcome the Honorable Prime Minister. May I also request Mr. Jürgen Stock, Secretary General Interpol, to welcome the Honorable Home Minister. It is now my privilege to invite the Director, Central Bureau of Investigation and Head of the National Central Bureau, Shri Subodh Kumar Jaiswal, to deliver his welcome remarks.
Ladies and gentlemen, namaskar, good afternoon, bonjour, hola, assalamu alaikum. It is truly a pleasure for me to extend a very warm welcome to all of you today. On behalf of Interpol, CBI, on my own behalf, I consider it a rare honor to extend a warm welcome to our esteemed Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, who has graciously consented to inaugurate this General Assembly. Sir, your strong belief in the close linkage between societal development, security, and law enforcement have given shape to result-oriented policies in governance. Your presence today here is a symbol of the Government of India's unwavering commitment towards promoting international cooperation efforts in ensuring global security. Sir, your singular effort in ensuring tangible outcomes out of the annual Conference of Directors General of Police Forces in India has become a game changer in the policing efforts within the country, wherein both uniform and diverse police initiatives across the country have been encouraged to deliver. We all look forward with enthusiasm to an enlightening address from you, which will be a clarion call for policemen across the world present here to raise the bar of performance and deliver. It gives me great pleasure to welcome Honorable Union Home and Cooperation Minister Shri Amit Shah ji, whose singular efforts have seen a tangible and robust paradigm shift in security and law enforcement response in this country. Sir, I thank you for having graced us with your august presence. We have amidst us Shri Ahmad Nasser Al-Raisi, Inspector General of the Ministry of Interior, United Arab Emirates, and also now President of Interpol. This will be the first General Assembly which will be held under his presidency, and it is hoped that new milestones in Interpol initiatives will be set forth at this conclave of police professionals. Present amidst us is also Mr. Jürgen Stock, a police professional from Germany, who's the present Secretary General of Interpol. Mr. Stock has provided the organization dedicated leadership during his tenure, which has seen unprecedented growth in operational activities at Interpol. I am encouraged by the presence of delegates from the police fraternity from member countries and observer organizations. We look forward to hearing from you and sharing your ideations and experiences in your own country, which will help us in formulating responses to a safer and better world. Your gracious presence here underscores the uniqueness of Interpol. We policemen are the sentinels of justice, and in these times of extraordinary changes in the threat environment, justice for the victim of crime has to become the cornerstone of all police response worldwide. All criminal activities affect the common man globally, and it needs to be reiterated that we policemen in our own systems have sworn to protect the common man. Ladies and gentlemen, many are the challenges which need to be addressed. There is an urgent need to develop a robust, informal response where the network of police chiefs can engage rapidly and cut short legal red tape. Friends, looking at you today, I am indeed reminded of what a wonderful world. Jai Hind.
It gives me great pleasure to invite Major General Ahmad Nasser al-Raisi, President of Interpol, to deliver his opening address.
Namaste, good afternoon, bonjour, buenos dias, مساء الخير. Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to be here at the 90th Interpol General Assembly in New Delhi. First, I would like to thank the Indian government for their warm welcome and superb organization of this event. Aap sabhi ko dhanyavad. Just last year, I had the privilege of being elected president by you all at the 89th General Assembly in Istanbul. I take this honor seriously. I want to take this opportunity to repeat the commitment I made to you on that day to drive forward modern Interpol, to enhance transparency, to support collaboration between member countries. Since we last see each other in Istanbul, has taken the Interpol significant step forward. We have introduced activities to deliver the future of policing. We have executed sustainable budget, and we have grown joint capability building programs with regional police organizations. Our partnerships with organizations such as the UN, the WHO, WCO, and the private sector are stronger than ever, and we have implemented Code of Conduct for the Executive Committee as adopted by the General Assembly last year. You will hear more about this in the coming days. This progress has been only possible because of the work of the members across the globe, and also because of the efforts of all the Interpol governance bodies, the General Assembly, the Executive Committee, the Governance Working Group, the Commission for the Control of the Interpol File, the Advisory Group on Financial Matters, the Standing Committee on the Processing of Data, and the external auditors for supporting decision-making across the organization. Even with all the progress we made, we are still far from our goals, which is why we are here today in New Delhi. In Arabic, we have a saying, al-af'al ablagh min al-aqwal. In English, this might be translated as action speak louder than words. Next year, we'll be celebrating our centenary. Let us take action and ensure that we will celebrate another 100 years. Cyber threats, cross-border conflicts, global warming, Imagine a world without the Interpol. It would be impossible for countries to keep up with these challenges on their own. As the world's largest policing organization, it's the job of the Interpol to make sure that all countries are supported. No member country is too big, and no also member country is too small. We must all be equally represented. Our contracted employees and seconded officers should be as diverse as our Interpol member country. Let us formalize it. Further, I pledge that we will always put safety and security first. Our organization must not be also politicized. Through Interpol, we will strengthen building. Interpol is here to strengthen law enforcement in our member countries. Many of our existing capability building programs have potential that it's untapped. We must change this. Program like the Interpol Virtual Academy, making training more accessible. I am proud to say that more than 27,000 of these courses have been completed to date. Also, secondment, a vital opportunity for collaboration, are another way to drive knowledge building in our organization. Interpol depends on the support of the secondment from your agencies. But right now, we are not keeping up with the demand. We need to balance this with your help. Another opportunity for us to improve our 19 Interpol databases. Without your use of the databases and also your contribution, we are missing an opportunity. One example only, 68 countries have contributed to the International Child Sexual Exploitation Database. We can and we will do better. I know that also the digital and modern Interpol important to all of you. I know that also the digital and modern Interpol important to all of you in this room. Let us set this as the priority and the top priority. The safety of every community in our member countries depends on it. On my recent visit to our colleagues in Singapore, I saw the progress they have made at the Interpol Global Complex for Innovation, creating new ways to fight crimes and driving innovation. IGCI sets an example for us all. And with digitization, advances such as the secure cloud and the Interpol's mobile device portable tool to instant access to our databases. We are steadily improving access the service on the front line, anytime and anywhere, and from any device without any disruption. I call on you to help to build a modern Interpol, share the challenges you see and the opportunities. And last but not least, I'd like to recognize the continued value of international cooperation. Cooperation with our NCPs, cooperation with the national institutions, cooperation with the international organization. We have nearly 70 international agreements. 15 of these are with the United Nations and its agencies. Partnerships and information sharing help us to better tackle and prevent crimes. And again, Interpol databases are the foundation that support our work. Every country's contribution is vital, and the databases will help to better inform policing efforts. We are stronger together. All in all, we must remember, the criminals always try to outsmart us, but they are no match for 195 countries, a strong organization as the far-reaching tool for police across the globe. Our action will speak louder than our words. Over the past few months, Interpol has undertaken a wide range of successful global police operations. Last June, Operation Lionfish 5 saw 1,333 suspected arrests across 22 countries, with 300 tons of Becker's chemicals and 35.5 tons of narcotics seized. The same month, $11 million US dollars worth of fake medicine were seized across 94 countries during Operation Pangaea. We are indeed showing the world our might, Your Excellencies. Ladies and gentlemen, the future of Interpol is decided in this room, and by proxy, the future of law enforcement. The voice of every single member will be heard. I look forward to our discussions, and with the work of all of our governance bodies, we will take the resolution made here and put them into action. To close, I want to thank you for your attendance. Also, I want to thank my fellow executive committee members. I am proud of the efforts we have made together. And also, I want to recognize the high number of executive committee nominations received. It shows a strong commitment to diversity. These next few days set the tone for the next year of action. Let us continue to build a safer world together. Nanivad, thank you, merci, and gracias. Shukran.
Thank you, Mr. President. On this historic occasion of the 90th General Assembly, and in recognition of the seminal contribution of Interpol, the Department of Posts of the Government of India is releasing a commemorative postage stamp. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to kindly release the commemorative stamp. Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister, sir. In addition to the release of the postage stamp, the Government of India is commemorating the glorious journey of Interpol with the issuance of a commemorative coin of ₹100 denomination. The coin is made up of quaternary alloy with 50% silver. Thank you, sir. It is now my proud privilege to invite the Honorable Prime Minister to deliver his inaugural address. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi.
my colleague in the Union Cabinet, Sri Amit Shah, Interpol President, Sri Ahmed Nasser Al-Rais, Interpol Secretary General, Sri Jorgen Stock, Director of CBI, Sri S.K. Jaiswal, distinguished delegates and participants, I extend a warm welcome to everyone for the 98th Interpol General Assembly. It is great to have you here at a time that is significant for both India and the Interpol. India is celebrating 75 years of independence in 2022. It is a celebration of our people, culture, and achievements. It is a time for looking back at where we came from and also for looking ahead at where we want to go. The Interpol is also approaching a historic milestone in 100 years of founding. This is a good time to rejoice and reflect, learn from setbacks, celebrate victories, and then look to the future with hope. Friends, the concept of Interpol finds a connect with various aspects of Indian philosophy. The motto of the Interpol is connecting police for a safer world. Many of you may have heard of the Vedas as one of the world's oldest scriptures. One of the verses in Vedas says, Ano bhadraha kratavo yantu vishwataha. It means, let noble thoughts come from all directions. This is a call for universal cooperation to make the world a better place. There is a unique global outlook in India's soul. This is why India is one of the top contributors in sending brave men and women the United Nations peacekeeping operations. Even before our own independence, we made sacrifices to make the world a better place. Thousands of Indians fought and died in the world wars. From climate targets to COVID vaccines, India has shown willingness to take the lead in any kind of crisis. And now, at a time when nations and societies are becoming inward-looking, India calls for more, not less, international cooperation. Global cooperation for local welfare is our call. Friends, the philosophy of law enforcement is best explained by Chanakya, the ancient Indian philosopher. Anvikshaki traivartanam yoga kshema sadhano dandah tasya niti hi danda niti. Alabdha labhartha labdha parikshani rakshit vivardani vruddhasya tirtheshu pratipadani cha. It means the material and spiritual welfare enforcement, protecting what we have, increasing what we have protected, and distributing it to the most deserving. This is an inclusive view of law enforcement. Police forces across the world are not just protecting people, but are furthering social welfare. They are also at the front line of society's response to any crisis. It was most visible during the COVID-19 pandemic. Across the world, police personnel put their own lives at risk to help people out. Many of them even made the ultimate sacrifice in service of the people. I pay my respect to them. Even if the world comes to halt, the responsibility of keeping it safe does not go away. The Interpol remained functional 24/7, even during the pandemic. Friends, India's diversity and scale are hard to imagine for those who have not experienced it. It is home to the highest mountain ranges, one of the driest deserts, some of the thickest forests, and many of the world's most densely populated. India's most populous state, Uttar Pradesh, capital Delhi, has more people than the whole of Sweden. Friends, the Indian police at the federal and state levels cooperate to implement more than 900 national and around 10,000 state laws. Add to this the diversity of India's society. People from all the major religions of the world live here. There are hundreds of languages and dialects spoken. Massive festivals attract millions of devotees. For example, Kumbh Mela, the largest and longest spiritual mass gathering in the world, had 240 million pilgrims. With all this, our police forces work with respecting the diversity and rights of the people promised by the Constitution. They not only protect the people, but also serve our democracy. Take the scale of India's free, fair, and massive elections. Elections involve arrangements for around 900 million electorals. This is close to the population of North and South American continents taken together. About 2.3 million police personnel are deployed to help with the elections. In upholding diversity and democracy, India is a case study for the world. Friends, over the last 99 years, the Interpol has connected police organizations globally across 195 countries. This is despite differences in legal framework system and languages. In recognition of this, a commemorative stamp and a coin have been released today. Friends, despite all, today I want to remind the world about a few things. There are many harmful globalized threats that the world faces. Terrorism, corruption, drug trafficking, poaching, and organized crime. The pace of change of these dangers is faster than earlier. When threats are global, the response cannot be just local. It is time, and it is high time, that the world comes together to defeat these threats. Friends, India has been combating transnational terrorism for several decades. Long before the world woke up to it, we knew the price of safety and security. Thousands of our people made the ultimate sacrifice in this fight. But it is no longer enough that terrorism is fought only in the physical space. It is now spreading its presence through online radicalization and cyber threats. At the click of a button, an attack can be executed or systems can be brought to their knees. Each nation is working on strategies against them. But what we do within our borders is never longer enough. There is need to further develop international strategies. Establishment of early detection and warning systems, protecting transportation services, security for communication infrastructure, security for critical infrastructure, technical and technological assistance, intelligence agents, many of the things need to be taken to a new level. Friends, some of you may be thinking why I spoke of corruption as a dangerous threat. Corruption and financial crimes have harmed the welfare of the citizens of many countries. The corrupt find a way to park the process of crime in different parts of the world. This money belongs to the citizens of the country from which they have been taken. Often, this has been taken from some of the poorest people in the world. Further, it is such money that is pushed into evil activities. This is one of the major sources of terror funding, from illegal drugs that destroy your life, to human trafficking, from weakening democracies to the sale of illegal arms. This dirty money funds many destructive enterprises. Yes, there are diverse legal and procedural lives to keep India safe. These were men and women and terrorism. I hope the 19th International General Assembly proves to be an effective and successful platform for this. Once again, I welcome you all to this important program. Thank you. Namaste.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister, sir. I now invite Major General Akhmat Nasser Al-Raisi, President of Interpol, to present a token of appreciation on behalf of Interpol to the Honorable Prime Minister. May I now request Mr. Jürgen Stock, Secretary General Interpol, to present a token of appreciation on behalf of Interpol to the Honorable Home Minister. May I now request the Special Director, Central Bureau of Investigation, and the Delegate for Asia on Interpol Executive Committee, Shri Praveen Sinha, to propose a vote of thanks.
The Honorable Prime Minister of India, respected Shri Narendra Modi ji, the Honorable Union Home and Cooperation Minister, Shri Amit Shah ji, dignitaries on the dais, esteemed participants and guests, ladies and gentlemen, Namaskar. A very good afternoon to all. It is my proud privilege to propose this vote of thanks on behalf of Interpol, Central Bureau of Investigation, and the Indian Police. It is our honor and singular fortune to have the distinguished presence of the Honorable Prime Minister. Thank you very much, sir, for accepting our invitation and delivering such an enlightening address. Your presence here today has immensely enhanced the importance of the occasion, and your thought-provoking address has set a platform for further deliberations on the challenge and need for international cooperation in the interest of mankind. Sir, I am sure the vision expressed by you shall serve as the guiding light for policy making in the arena of law enforcement, security, and international police cooperation. Sir, the gathering of domain experts like the present one helps us to constantly examine our institutional capabilities, share our experiences, build institutions, and establish long-term processes for identification and elimination of crime. We are also extremely grateful to respected Shri Amit Shah ji, the Honorable Union Home Minister of India, who has ably led the security apparatus of this nation from the very front, resulting in extraordinary, transformational, tangible outcomes. We are sincerely thankful to the esteemed ministers, excellencies, heads and members of delegations from across the world, heads of police forces, representatives of observer organizations, media personnel, esteemed invitees and guests for your gracious presence during the inaugural session of the 90th Interpol General Assembly at New Delhi. Dhanyawad, thank you, merci, gracias, shukran, Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Excellencies and distinguished guests, this brings us to the end of the inaugural session. Please rise for the departure of the Honorable Prime Minister of India. The delegates are requested to remain seated. The first session of the 90th General Assembly shall commence in a while on return of the President and Secretary General Interpol after seeing off the Honorable Prime Minister. Other dignitaries and esteemed guests are requested to join us in the coffee break area adjoining the exhibition hall. They are also invited to visit the National Police Heritage Display in the exhibition hall. Thank you.
Check. Test check.
Mic check. Test 1 2. Check.
Check. Test check.
Hello. Check. Test 1 2.
Check. Mic check. Mic check. Check. Check one. Hey. Check one. Check. Check one. Check. Check one. Check. Check one. Hey. Check. Mic check. Check. Check one. Mic check. Check.
Check 1 2. Mic check. Test 1. Hey. Check. Check 1 2. Hey. Test.
test. Check, check.
Sound check. 1, 2, 3, check. Check. Hey, sound check. 1, 2.
Hello, hello, hello. Sound check. 1, 2, 1, 2.
Sound check. 1, 2. Hey, check. 1, 2.
Hello, hello.
Mic testing. Sound check. 1, 2.
Mic testing. 1, 2. Sound check.
Mic testing. Sound check. 1, 2. Hey, check. Test.
Hello, 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 hello.
Hello, hello. Hello, hello. 1, 2, check. Sound
Hello,
check.
hello. 1, 2, 1, 2.
Hey, check. 1, hey. Hello, hello, hello. 1, 2, check.
Hello, hello,
Check,
hello.
check, check, check. Hello, 1, 2, check, check.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, Chandrachu, check.
Hello,
Chandrachu,
hello, hello, hello. Sound check. 1, 2, 1,
hello,
2.
1, 2, check, check. Chandrachu. Hello, hello.
Sound check. Sound check.
Chandu. Chandu, check. Hey, check.
1, 2.
Check, check, check. Hello. Check, check, check. Hello, 1, 2, check.
1,
Check,
2,
check,
1,
check. 1, 2, 1. Hello, hello. Hello, hello, Chandranshu. Check this 1, 2. My check 1. My check 1, 2, 3. Hello, hello. 1, 2. Check, check.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello. 1, 2. Check.
1, 2, 1, 2.
Hello, 1, 2. Check. Hello, hello, hello. Chandranshu.
Hello, hello.
Hello. Hello, check, check, check. Chandranshu. Hello, hello. Anji. Hello, check. 1, 2, 3, check. Hello, check, check, check.
Hello.
Hello, Chandranshu.
Hello.
Chandranshu, जहाँ पर भी है ना.
Hello, 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 hello.
Hello, hello. 1, 2. Hello, hello. Check, check, check. 1, 2, 3.
Hello, hello. Sound check. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Hello, check, check, check. Hello, hello. Chandranshu. Sound check, 1, 2. Hello, check.
Hello.
Hello, check, check, check. Hello.
Heat check 1 2. Heat check test 1 2. Hello.
Hello.
Sound check.
Shan.
Audio check. Mic check test 1 2.
Hello, hello. Shan Thakur.
Hello. Hello. Sound check. Hello. Audio check 1 2 test. Check 1 2. Check.
Hello, 1, 2. Hello, check. Hello. Hello, check. Hello. Hello, check. Hello.
Good afternoon. I would like to invite the delegation to take their seats. Please. Good afternoon again. Please, the delegation, take your seats.
Hello, Pooja, Pooja.
Delegation, please take your seats.
Check. 1, 2. He does want you to come.
Yes. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed member of countries, please take the floor, take your seats so we can start. Now we will start the 90th General GA session with the update on the election. Following the resignation of Mr. George Kennedy from his seat on the Executive Committee, second seat of delegate for Africa is now vacant and shall be filled on the last day of the General Assembly. I would like to remind you that the General Secretariat has sent an urgent call for nomination to all members on Sunday, the 16th October, in the 2022 for a second seat of delegates for Africa. Interpol member countries who wishes to put forward nomination for this vacant seat are invited to submit their nomination no later than Thursday, the 20th of October, 2022. At 12 p.m. noon, New Delhi local time. Or if they have any question regarding the call for nomination, they can approach directly the Executive Director of Legal Affairs at the Interpol General Secretariat. Now we'll go to the verification of the credentials. Now I announce that 171 delegation provide valid credential to date. And I would like to report that the General Assembly that I received the report of the Credential Bureau which has been circulated to all delegations in the Bignell Hall and published on the restricted website. We have general information. I will now give the floor to Mr. Mohammed Al-Ansi, protocol official at the Interpol General Secretariat, to provide information on the list of delegates and other general information. Please, Mohammed, take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Namaste, good afternoon, bonjour, buenas tardes, osaitum masa'an. A very warm welcome again to all our delegates and participants in the 90th session of Interpol's General Assembly. Please be kindly reminded that this session is closed to the media. Presentations, debates, and decisions during the General Assembly are not open to the public. Please consider this when using social media channels or communicating with members of the press. We encourage you to follow the organization's official accounts on social media and share the official announcements of this session. The session this afternoon is open to observers. The plenary session each day will be recorded and broadcasted live on Interpol's restricted website. May we remind you that rules of good conduct must apply for the smooth running of the General Assembly session in due respect of all participants, and appropriate behavior is requested and expected from delegates at all times. If you feel unwell and present COVID-19 symptoms while attending the General Assembly session, we ask you to follow the sanitary protocol details in the General Assembly information book. The information book was made available in the conference bags. Wearing masks is not mandatory but recommended during the session. Delegations wishing to speak must first request to take the floor and should only speak once their request has been acknowledged and accepted. Requests to speak from the floor, once accepted, should be as brief as possible and not exceeding a maximum of 3 minutes each. The countdown will be shown on the screen. Documents and reports for this General Assembly may be downloaded from the Interpol restricted website. All registered participants received an email last week explaining how to request an account to access the website. If you do not have an account, you may send an email to helpdesk@interpol.int. You will then receive a link to connect. Please be reminded to regularly check with the document distribution desk team located outside the plenary hall. In there, you will receive relevant information from the Credentials Bureau, the Elections Committee, or from the General Secretariat. This information includes, in particular, the publication of core agenda or addenda to General Assembly reports or draft resolutions. Should you have any questions regarding the draft resolutions, you are kindly requested to contact Ms. Mary Rodriguez, Executive Director of Legal Affairs at Interpol General Secretariat. Workshops and bilateral meetings. Tomorrow afternoon, Wednesday, 19 October, a workshop will be hosted by the General Secretariat to present the following topic: Metaverse, Convergence of the Physical and Digital Worlds, Future is Now. A second workshop will be hosted by the General Secretariat on Friday, 21st of October, with the title, New Global Approaches to Crime and Terrorism. These two workshops will allow for an in-depth discussions by experts from the General Secretariat. Interpretation will be made available in the 4 working languages throughout these settings. The location of the workshops are specified in the program. In parallel to these workshops, segments will be devoted to time for bilateral meetings. Once again, we would like to welcome you to the 90th session of Interpol's General Assembly. On this note, I hand the floor to you, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohammed. Now the demonstration of voting protocol. I will now give the floor to Mr. Dominic Sok, Assistant Director, Information System and Technology Director, General Secretariat, who will brief the delegates on how to use the electronic voting system. The delegation will be able to use the electronic voting system to vote and also to request the floor. I will now give the floor to the Executive Director of No, it's okay. Now we'll give the floor to Mr. Dominic to present the voting mechanism.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, dear delegates. As each year, we are going to test out the electronic voting system after I explain how it works. Each delegation will have received on its table this electronic terminal. To switch it on, you have to press on the green button, bottom right. A light will then appear on the screen and a little red minus sign will appear. It is now ready to be used. This device, as the chairman said, can be used for two things: taking the floor and voting. If you would like to take the floor, it's very simple. You use the number 1 button to take the floor. And if you would like to withdraw that request, you press button number 2. The list of the first 8 countries who have requested the floor will then appear on the screen and be updated automatically. Now, I will explain how to vote. We have two kinds of questions. The question which requires a yes, no, or abstain. That is very simple. If you would like to say yes, you press on number 1. If you would like to say no, you press on button 2. And if you would like to abstain, you press on button 3. The second kind of vote is the multiple choice vote. In order to proceed for this, it's very simple as well. Choice number 1, press button 1. Choice number 2, press button 2, choice number 3, button 3, and choice button 4, number 4, etc. Now for the procedure. As soon as the voting session is launched, you will be able to select your choice, and that choice will appear on the screen with a little tick on your device. This will prove that your vote has been registered. So if you have voted yes, you have pressed number 1, etc. Now you can change your choice at any time until the end of the vote. Each vote will last for 60 seconds. And at the bottom of the screen, the vote will appear. Once these votes have ended, the light will go off after 30 seconds. You will then be able to see the number of people who have voted, and on the right, the time left to vote. We will now proceed to the test vote. So we will give you a test question. You have to answer yes, no, abstain, and we will also ask you a multiple choice question. The first question is it your first time in New Delhi? Vote 1 for yes, 2 for no, and 3 to abstain. The vote is now open. As you can see up here on the screen, there are 60, 80 delegations who voted. You have 47 seconds left. And as I said, you can change your mind at any given time. Let me remind you of the question. Is it your first time in New Delhi? Number 1, yes. Number 2, no. And number 3, abstain. 120 countries have voted. 121. You have 10 seconds left. 9. The vote is now closed. 98%. 98 delegations have responded and said yes, it's their first time in New Delhi, so that's 82.4%. 21 delegations said no, that's equivalent to 17.6%, and 3 abstained. We will now proceed to the second test question, the multiple choice question. What is the height of the Statue of Unity? As we saw in the presentation, the tallest statue in the world, located in India. If you think it is 138 meters tall, press 1. 155 meters, press 2. 182 meters, press 3, and 193 meters, press 4. Please vote now.
delegations
81, 91. You have 40 seconds left, roughly. 1, 138 meters, 2, 155 meters, 3 for 182 meters, and 4 for 193 meters. For those who are not familiar with the metric measurements, you have feet indicated here on the screen. 127 delegations have voted. 16 seconds left.
%.
20% of you thought that the tallest statue was 155 meters tall. 41% think it's 182 meters tall. And that was the right answer. The highest statue in the world, the Unity statue, is 182 meters tall. Let me just remind you a few instructions. Thank you very much for... Thank you. Please leave these terminals, these devices, on your table at the end of the session so that we can charge them. If you should have any technical problem, please head for the technical help desk over here on my left at the back, and we will help you. Ladies and gentlemen, dear delegates, I wish you an excellent conference. Chairman, it's over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Dominic, for the explanation. I will now give the floor to the Executive Director of Legal Affairs, Mary Rodriguez, who will explain the voting procedure and majority required. Please take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, distinguished delegates, Mr. President, Secretary General. It is my pleasure and my honor to explain the rules and the procedure that govern voting at Interpol's General Assembly. I refer you to Articles 37 through 42 of the Rules of Procedure of the General Assembly, which, in addition to certain provisions of the Constitution and general regulations, specify voting procedures and majorities for decision-making by the General Assembly. First, the default method of voting is a vote by show of hands. Today, this means, according to Article 40A of the Rules of Procedure of the General Assembly, that voting is conducted by electronic voting. Second, according to the rules, details of individual votes by countries are available to any delegation, provided that that delegation submits its request during the sitting in which the vote is held. So that would be either in the morning sitting or the afternoon sitting. Delegations wishing to do so are invited to use the request form available at the conference desk, which is near the podium. For technical reasons, the results will not be accessible during the requesting delegation during the sitting. Please note that there are two exceptions to the default vote of show of hands. One is the compulsory secret vote, which is required for the election of members of the Executive Committee. In other circumstances that will not take place during this General Assembly, it is also compulsory for elections for members of the Commission of the Control of Interpol Files, and where applicable, for the confirmation of the appointment of the Secretary General. If a delegation requests, the General Assembly may decide to proceed by way of a secret vote or by way of a roll call. Finally, I would like to explain to you the majority required for each vote, which depends on the procedural rules that apply for the specific subject matter that is put to vote. As detailed in the Rules of Procedure of the General Assembly, in most cases, the majority required is a simple majority. That is determined by the number of delegations present and casting an affirmative or negative vote, or by selecting several choices. Those abstaining shall be considered as not voting. In some cases, the rules require a 2/3 majority of the members present and voting, such as when we have an application for membership of Interpol, for the election of the president, or amendments to the general regulations or its appendices, including the rules on the processing of data. For a specific case of amending the Interpol Constitution, a 2/3 majority of the total members of the organization is required. All delegations that have valid credentials can cast a vote, including those subject to Article 52 of the General Regulations. For votes requiring 2/3 majority, if a majority is not obtained in the first ballot, a second ballot will be taken. I or my team, any of my team members, are happy and available to explain or answer any questions for you and provide further clarity. As Mr. Dominic Souk mentioned, anyone experiencing difficulties with their voting equipment should immediately request assistance from the technicians. Thank you very much for the opportunity to address this important point. I yield the floor back to the President. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mary. We'll go to the agenda item number 1, adoption of the agenda. Traditionally, the first item to be considered by the General Assembly consists of the adoption of the agenda. The draft agenda has been circulated to the delegations. Unless there is an objection to the adoption of the agenda, I will put the agenda to the vote. Any delegation wish to take the floor can use the electronic device to make the request. We go to the vote. Please put put it on the screen. Anybody wants the floor first before we go to the voting? Any requests? So we have two requests from India first, and then St. Vincent, and India, so St. Vincent, and Grenadine, also withdrawn. So let's go for the voting, please. Thank you. Put it, please put it on the screen for voting. Please vote now. Thank you. The result is 113 yes, 100%, no 0, abstain 1, total is 114, 100%. Thank you. We'll go to the second agenda item, appointment of the Election Board. The General Assembly will proceed to the election of 3 seats to the Executive Committee this year. Vice President for Europe, term of office is 3 years. 2 seats for delegates for Africa, term of office is 3 years. If a member of Executive Committee currently serving as a delegate for Europe is elected by the General Assembly to the seat of Vice President of Europe, then the following seat will become vacant. Delegate for Europe, the term of office is 3 years. The deadline is closed for the submission of nomination for the seat of Vice President for Europe and for the reserve list of nomination for a seat of Delegate of Europe. However, as a second vacancy opened for the seat of Delegate for Africa, as mentioned at the opening of session, member countries can submit nomination until Thursday, the 20th of October 22 at 12 p.m. noon, New Delhi local time, at the least. I would like to inform the General Assembly that the following countries withdraw their nomination: Libya, Lithuania, Libya for the seat of Delegate of Africa, Lithuania for the seat of Vice President for Europe, Tunisia for the seat of Delegate for Africa, Sudan for the seat of delegate for Africa. Zambia for the seat of delegate of Africa. Zimbabwe for the seat of delegate for Africa. An election board will be appointed to review the compliances and validity of the nomination received. It must be composed of at least 3 member countries. I now invite member countries to volunteer for the election board. I must stress that the application of the rules, it's preferable for member countries not to volunteer as a member for the election board if their country has put forward the nomination for election. I therefore invite the delegations concerned not to join the election board for good of conduct of the election process. The following countries have put forward nomination to the executive committee: Andorra, Belgium, the Côte d'Ivoire, Egypt, Italy, Lithuania, Namibia, North Macedonia, Russia, and Turkey. Member countries' delegation or their representative may volunteer by pushing the button asking to take the floor. If anyone wants to be board member, please take the floor. From the other regions, all of these from Europe, we like to have diversity within the group. So if anyone from Asia, from Africa, from America, please, because we still have 3 more if we want to have diversity. So I encourage you to be in that board, please. We need diversity. We've been encouraging for diversity earlier in my speech this morning or this afternoon. Now we asked to add more countries, not to withdraw. Please, if there is an interest, it doesn't matter, but we want to have, as I said, diversity. Anyone? Any country? It's important for the election. We need one more. Asia, Africa, America. No one, 175 countries here. Yes, this is the minimum. Oh, good. So what? Okay, thank you very much for your contribution. We have 7. Norway, Germany, Yemen, Uruguay, Eswatini, Serbia, and Philippines. Thank you. I ask the General Secretariat to make list of the countries and their delegates designated to sit on the board. The members of the election board will meet at the end of today's session, Tuesday, 18th of October, also on Thursday, the 20th of October at 18:30 to examine the validity of the nomination received. Following this meeting, the heads of delegations will be informed of the election board's conclusions as the validity of their respective countries' nomination by letter placed in their delegations in the hall, Biggin Hall. On Friday, 21st of October, the chairperson of the election board will report on its conclusion to the General Assembly and will provide the final list of valid nominations. Agenda item 3, Secretary General Directional Statement. I would now give the floor to Mr. Jürgen Stock, Interpol Secretary General, to deliver his statement. Please take the floor, Mr. Secretary General.
Honorable Ministers from Interpol member countries, Director of the Central Bureau of Investigation of India and Head of Interpol National Central Bureau of New Delhi, Mr. Sri Subodh Jaiswal, Interpol President Ahmed Nasser Al-Raisi, Interpol Executive Committee members, distinguished Chiefs of Police, dear heads of National Central Bureaus, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, bonjour, buenas tardes, assalamu alaikum, namaste. It is an honor to stand before you here in New Delhi, India's power capital and global metropolis. We were humbled by the presence of Sri Narendra Modi, Honorable Prime Minister of India, among us today, whose welcoming speech certainly inspired us. I would also like to thank our gracious hosts, the Central Bureau of Investigation, CBI. For the second time in 25 years, India opens its doors to the global law enforcement community to share its rich history, its thriving present, and its vision for the future. It is a rare privilege in a very special year. As Prime Minister Modi said, India celebrates 75 years of independence, as Interpol celebrates 75 years since the publication of the first Red Notice. The Red Notice is the symbol of our collective response to a universal imperative.
global security built on trust in multilateral action. Action we just saw last Thursday with the arrest of a traveler crossing yet another border from Chile into Argentina. With information shared 20,000 kilometers away from Seoul, a violent crime awaiting justice, and finding it through Interpol channels. Ladies and gentlemen, for some, these successes may soon become a thing of the past. Multilateral action
Hello everyone, I'm
seems
Brad
strained
Smith.
by a world where geopolitical tensions are reaching new heights, and by an era of hyper-innovation boosted by technology. Just last month, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres warned international leaders of a world in peril and paralyzed. Conflicts across our regions continue. We see them escalate. They add to the strain on global solutions like our Red Notice. Solutions that have been taken generations to build, to strengthen, and to be trusted. Yet bridging global tensions is also part of the reason Interpol exists. Why it has grown fourfold in its members in 99 years of its existence. This is why we meet in New Delhi here today. This is when the world needs police cooperation the most. Police records in our global databases have increased by 24% in less than 3 years, producing over 1 million hits this year alone. By the end of 2022, estimates show 60% of all new Interpol notices and diffusions will relate to fugitives, demanding urgent international action. Each of those records tells the same story of a single shared mission and our commitment to achieve it through multilateral action. Transnational crime is not paralyzed, and neither is our response. But in addition to the conflicts across the world, we cannot ignore the other pressure that also surrounds us. A fragile pandemic recovery, still ongoing, a growing risk of a global recession, taking away even more resources from policing, or unrelented climate change, disrupting global flows, markets, and criminality. Yes, challenges abound from the outside. Therefore, police must evolve. This imperative is also guiding Interpol's action. We bridge the geopolitical divide by targeting the common global threats that unite us all. The 2022 Interpol Crime Trend Report we are releasing today clearly identifies financial crime as one of them. It is with this in mind that back in Istanbul last year, I announced the creation of Interpol's Financial Crime and Anti-Corruption Center. Today, Interpol is delivering on that promise. 14 countries across all of our Interpol regions, exchanging intelligence and coordinating multiple strikes against Black X, an organized crime group responsible for cyber-enabled fraud and becoming a global threat fast. 75 suspects arrested, and our global stop payment mechanism the Anti-Money Laundering Rapid Response Protocol deployed in the interception of 1.2 million euros. Over 60 million US dollars in criminal proceeds from cyber-enabled fraud intercepted globally with Interpol support since January. These are just snapshots of the new capabilities at the service of your agencies. They follow a thread familiar to Interpol. We share, we target, we connect, and we act together. Because this is the mission of Interpol. We saw it again last July. Our victim identification task force trained experts from 12 countries in Latin America on Interpol's International Child Sexual Exploitation Database, leading to the rescue of 3 victims and the arrest of their abusers within days. One more success and more must follow. To date, together, we have identified more than 30,000 young victims across the world, a vast achievement. But too many are still out there waiting to be rescued. We must renew our commitment here in New Delhi. We must continue to grow. And so we are. India joined ICSA last July and has already arrested over 50 suspects since. We must therefore accelerate our work on the next generation of the ICSA database, because we see how the threat keeps evolving and we must evolve with it to save lives. This is also why we must get better at connecting the dots, wherever they may be. Our new Insight analytical platform has started supporting operational actions by your agencies. A cocaine seizure in West Africa, 5 criminal brokers linking the Americas and West Africa, and final markets in Europe. The result? The dismantling of a transnational organized crime syndicate. This is how we make a difference as police, no matter how different the views across the international community. This is what multilateral action brings to the table. And the same applies to the digital divide we are called to bridge for police. This divide is widening across your regions and your agencies with the accelerating rate of technology and innovation. Cyber vulnerabilities are increasing for citizens, for governments, industry, for police agencies. Experts estimate cyber-related crime to cause over 10 trillion US dollars in damage by 2025. For Interpol, wanted fugitives for digitally enabled crimes are already the fastest growing data sets in our systems. This is the defining dilemma of our time: how to reap the benefits while tackling the threats of a digital era. We answered this last year in Istanbul together. We must invest if we are to prevail. That commitment was decisive. It was timely, it was necessary, and it must continue. Supporting the digital transition for police means a stronger information backbone, able to support the 250 searches per second you are conducting in our databases, no matter what. It means keeping our defenses high against ransomware attacks and other cyber threats that may impact our global network and your data. It means having the right tools to protect our notices and diffusion system at an average rate of 5,000 requests reviewed per month. And it means looking ahead to the progress achieved by the I-Corps program, our technological blueprint for the future. 2 years since its launch in Santiago, from biometrics to structured police messaging, to the matching of biometric information against Interpol datasets via a mobile app, through the power of artificial intelligence, to a new encrypted Interpol police messaging app to finally switch off WhatsApp for police work and to switch to Interpol's own encrypted iTalk app instead. These are, colleagues, a few examples of our own digital transition. A transition Interpol and your agencies are living together as we help police make sense of a new world. One where physical and virtual reality will be merged. And with a new frontier, the metaverse, a term many of us have heard, but few of us can explain. A lot like the internet back in 1992. A world Interpol has already entered together with partners such as the World Economic Forum and Microsoft, and where Interpol will carve a space for police through an expert group, as you will witness this week. Ladies and gentlemen, dear chiefs of police, I took my oath as a police officer 44 years ago. Through those eyes, the pace of change around us is startling. But through the eyes of a police leader, change is inevitable. To fight tomorrow's crimes, we need tomorrow's technology, and we need to build it starting today. New technology like artificial intelligence means we need new policing standards to ensure responsible use in our investigations. It is also why Interpol will establish its own responsible AI lab at our global complex for innovation in Singapore to develop guidelines and standards of reference your agencies can use in implementing IA-based technology. Capacity building and training, therefore, is more critical than ever to face these challenges. Interpol's Global Academy prepares current and future generations as it continues to expand with Argentina, Colombia, Republic of Korea, Rwanda, Saudi Arabia, and Spain. We hope to count India among them soon. At the same time, the Interpol Virtual Academy will expand its offer and delivery. This is how we prepare for the future of law enforcement cooperation. And colleagues, the future starts now. The modernization of global policing capabilities must go hand in hand with the modernization of our global outreach efforts and of our governance and data processing frameworks, the kind of bedrock of trust in multilateral solutions. The purpose remains unchanged. It remains simple. Increase frontline support and provide more synergies with new and existing regional actors. To be closer to your agencies and operational needs, we continue shifting our center of gravity to the regions, to the front lines of policing. Many of your governments are seeing opportunities where Interpol's strategy, presence, and their regional priorities converge. Our new liaison office for the Caribbean in Barbados, opening last July, at the crossroads between the Americas, Europe, and Africa, is a case in point. We are seizing other opportunities in regions like Latin America and partners like INTERPOL. Yet, our support to the front lines and our global role can only be as strong as our fundamental principles of neutrality and transparency. Principle at the heart of our Constitution, at the heart of several items on our agenda here in Delhi this week. It is the General Secretariat and the Executive Committee's view that these matters are best addressed when they can be thoroughly and carefully considered through the Working Group on Governance. I take the opportunity to thank Chairperson Koo Boon Hui, our former president, for his leadership and unique guidance in identifying common ground across the membership. Common ground, colleagues, we need today more than ever for relevance and impact in the global security architecture. This is how Interpol gets access to international security, diplomatic and political decision makers. And this is how the voice for police reaches major international fora, such as the United Nations, the G20, the G7, and the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, as police deserves. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, we are here today gathered under one roof, as one Interpol, united by our mission for a safer world, united by the oath we all took when we first wore that uniform. Since ancient times, there is a precept here in India that teaches us Vasut Chaiva Kutum Bakam. The world is one family. We are all in this together. As we prepare to consider fundamental questions relating to membership, let us look to our past for guidance. What would the world look like if a global police cooperation platform had to be created today? If multilateral action had been abandoned for self-reliance? If geopolitical tensions had torn our network apart and therefore taken its energy away? As we answer these questions, as we move towards a historical milestone of 100 years of Interpol, we must remain united to pursue our mission for a safer world. We must remain united to fight transnational crime. We must remain united and guided by the principle that brought us together here today in Delhi, as they brought Interpol to life almost a century ago. Our new strategic initiative, Interpol 2030, has been designed to get us there, to guide us, to unite us, to build 100 more years of international police cooperation together. Thank you. Merci beaucoup. Muchas gracias. Shukran jazilan. Janjawat. Thank you.
The fourth agenda item, keynote address. Now I invite Mr. Brad Smith, President and Vice Chair of Microsoft, to deliver his keynote address through a video.
Hello everyone, I'm Brad Smith. I'm the Vice Chair and President of Microsoft Corporation, and it's really my pleasure to spend a few minutes by video joining you today for what I know is an important meeting. I'm delighted that all of you have had the opportunity to come together in New Delhi. I was just in India myself 6 weeks ago, and if you want to see where technology is going, if you want to see how it's reaching new people with new opportunities and benefits, frankly, I think there's few places in the world better than India as a place to go. It certainly makes it an appropriate place for me to talk a little bit about Microsoft, our relationship with Interpol, and the topic that you're about to hear more about, the metaverse, and the issues that will be important for law enforcement and the future. Certainly for us at Microsoft, we've had the opportunity to work closely with Interpol and with so many of you in the law enforcement community all around the world. It's been a journey. It started more than 2 decades ago. It started out narrowly with a focus on counterfeiting of CDs and DVDs, and obviously today, the world of cybercrime is unfortunately a world with pervasive and very diverse types of threats. Threats that violate the law and that put the rights and safety of citizens at risk. Along the way, I think we've learned a lot of important things together. What started initially as an effort to develop evidence, to prosecute individuals, has, I think, quite rightly expanded and diversified into a broader variety of strategies and tactics that actually are critical to make a dent in cybercrime. One of the things that we've learned is, while it's extremely important and always will be to obtain evidence and indict and prosecute individuals, there are many cybercrimes that are committed by people who cannot be reached in person. They're beyond the reach of a law enforcement agency. They may be in a jurisdiction that fundamentally is difficult to reach through the rule of law. But that doesn't mean that law enforcement is powerless. To the contrary, we've learned that there are creative steps that can be taken to disrupt cybercrime, to recover under the rule of law the technology resources that are being used by criminals. We found this with botnets, but really what we're talking about today is something that is much broader than that. And there's a huge opportunity for us to be creative, especially when it comes to the disruption of cybercrime. Of course, the other thing that we've learned as part of this is that law enforcement cannot solve every problem by itself, and tech companies definitely cannot solve every problem by themselves either. It's by coming together, by pursuing creativity, always subject to the rule of law, that we can make the kinds of advances that are essential if we're going to do a better job of protecting people from crime on the internet. All of this has been true when we look in the rearview mirror and think about the evolution of crime and technology. And all of it is going to become quite possibly even more important when we look into the future and think about something like the metaverse. Now, at Microsoft, we don't happen to believe that there's a singular metaverse. Yeah, what we're really talking about is the evolution of augmented and mixed reality technologies, more immersive experiences that are in some way familiar to anybody who's ever seen something like Minecraft, but of course something that is going to evolve into a wide variety of consumer uses, industrial uses, commercial uses, but in short, technology scenarios that will be attractive to people wanting to do great things and make the world a better place, and unfortunately, almost certainly, a place that is more attractive to cyber criminals as well. And that's why today's conversation, today's panel, is so important. It's just indispensable that all of us who care about fighting cybercrime anticipate where this part of the future is going. At Microsoft, as we think about this future, as we think about what it will take to protect people in metaverse types of scenarios, we really think about 4 things that we need to think about together. The first is what we define as the architecture of these new technologies. What does that mean? Well, it really means the design of the platform, the operation of the algorithms, the business models that are created, and how they intersect to either make it easy or more difficult for criminal activity to ensue. A really interesting example of this, I think, is the way the Christchurch call changed the platform architecture for social media services after the horrific terrorist attack in Christchurch, New Zealand. Before then, technology services were advancing in a way that basically gave anyone on the planet the ability to live stream anything they were doing to everyone else. And yet what we learned from Christchurch was that that was a step and really an abuse too far. And so the architecture of these services was changed so that people either had to have a certain number of followers and a level of legitimacy, or in some ways register in advance before they started live streaming to the world whatever they wanted to do. But what that fundamentally has taught us, I believe, is that architecture matters. Algorithms and business models matter, and this is an important part of the conversation about the future. There's a second element that is also important, and this is the role of content moderation. The world needs content moderators. Of course, our view is moderators who are working with a weak architecture are not likely to be successful in really thwarting the threats that concern us. But if you can get the architecture right and the moderation services right, and you get these to work in tandem, you start to put in place the pieces that can really make a difference. There's then a third element that is also really important to discuss, and this is the role of culture and community. The truth is, like a country, like a community, like a company or an organization, services for people on the internet become something of a cultural phenomenon, each with their own culture. A set of cultural norms that users come to expect, often embodied in community standards that are published. But the reality is they all add up to something that at one level may feel a little intangible, but at another level is truly important. Because people tend, in a metaverse type of environment, just as in real life, to adapt to the cultural norms around them. And then there's a final element that is important, and that is the role of collaboration. The role of collaboration, I think, especially between law enforcement agencies, with Interpol at the center, the collaboration that it will take between law enforcement and the tech sector, the collaboration that will need to bring together everyone that has an interest and really has a voice that needs to be heard as we think about where we want to take the future. When you put these four elements together, architecture, moderation, culture, and collaboration, you start to see the building blocks that we not only have the opportunity to talk about today, but pursue in the years ahead. If we can do all of this, if we can borrow from everything we've learned up until this point, if we can raise our ambition about where we want to go, and especially if we can learn from and work with each other, I think we're on the right path, or will be. The path that we're going to need to be on if we're going to truly build technology that serves humanity and not just the criminals who want to exploit it. In short, thank you for what you all do. Thank you for giving us the opportunity at Microsoft to contribute to and support you as you go forward.
Thank you, Mr. Brad Smith, President and Vice Chair of Microsoft, for the keynote address. Agenda item number 5, panel 1, operational highlights and presentation of the Interpol's Global Crime Trend Report 2022. I now give the floor to Mr. Stephen Kavanagh, Executive Director, Police Services at the Interpol General Secretariat, who will moderate the panel. And also will invite Ms. Green, Head of the NCP Kingston, Acting Assistant Commissioner of Police of Jamaica, Mr. Saya, Head of NCP Nairobi, Assistant Inspector General of the Kenyan Police Service, Mr. Jaswal, Head of NCP New, Central Bureau of Investigation of India, Mr. Riba, Head of NCB Lima, Colonel of National Police of Bureau. Yes, Steve Kavanagh, Executive Director of Police Services, the moderator for the panel, please take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before commencing, I request our technical team to please play a short video for our members. Thank you.
Thank you. The moderator, Mr. Steve Kavanagh, please take the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Members of the Executive Committee, distinguished Chiefs of Police, Heads of Delegation, Heads of Interpol NCBs, panelists, observers, partners and friends. Good afternoon, bonjour, buenas tardes, assalamu alaikum, namaste. if I may start by firstly again reiterating, I think, the thanks from so many of us for the unbelievable hospitality and the quality of the opening session. Thank you very much to our hosts from the CBI. So, colleagues, last week I had the enormous privilege of briefing the Secretary-General about the events of just 2 days. 2 days in which Interpol connected Africa, Asia, Europe and South America for offences of kidnap, murder, money laundering and arms trafficking. That is fantastic work. Fantastic work by your dedicated officers and your staff, making sure that Interpol is ready to support in those difficult situations. Cooperation that has helped to disrupt criminal groups across the globe in just 48 hours. We heard from the President earlier about the result of what happens when we come together with Lionfish 5. I won't go through the numbers again, but as a part of that operation, $717 million of illicit goods dealt with. That operation took us from Australia to Jordan and Iraq. It took us from Nigeria to Turkey and Brazil. The scale of the criminal profit and the harm that Lionfish 5 operation, through your efforts, prevented and disrupted is truly extraordinary. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, this is why, as we have heard, we come together. This is why Interpol exists, to support the critical operational work of police colleagues around the world. And as Interpol's lead on police services and operation, it is my enormous privilege to host and moderate this panel so that together we can explore Interpol's work with some of our colleagues from around the world. Representing 166 countries. Many of you will be aware that due to COVID, it has been 3 very long years since we've been able to do this in detail, to have this dialogue around operations with you. So, over the next 90 minutes, our discussions will focus on cross-border threats faced by police from very diverse sub-regions, ranging from the Caribbean and South Asia to East Africa and South America. We have heard, and we need to reinforce, that the global insights are part of what makes Interpol unique in its understanding of the global cooperation picture. It is vital for Interpol to listen to the realities, the challenges, and yes, the opportunities of policing across the world. As part of that work, we, the panel, will try and reflect on Interpol's capabilities to assess their value to you and their relevance to global law enforcement. As a panel, we will also focus on what improved data sharing looks like, to make sure that we take responsibility not just for searching, but for submitting the data that is required, and to ensure that the gaps in our armour are minimised. After these deliberations, I will request the President to invite questions and observations from the floor. So, joining me on stage, as you have heard, are the 4 heads of Interpol National Central Bureaus. If we can, ladies and gentlemen, can we just give a round of applause for the representatives from Jamaica, Kenya, India and Peru. To each of them, before we do anything, I'm deeply grateful for you being here and being part of this panel. I will very shortly give the panelists an opportunity to introduce themselves and to give some opening thoughts for all of us to consider. But first, if I may just briefly highlight some of the operational dividends that Interpol has delivered alongside your teams. They demonstrate the strength, they demonstrate the imagination and the proactivity of people across the world. We heard from the Secretary-General on how initiatives such as ICOR, Interpol's delivery model, is witnessing a rapid evolution, from the development of new capabilities to augment the use of biometrics, to those being created with an understanding of artificial intelligence and the opportunities that that brings, And as we've also heard, the key work of strengthening our analytical capacity through the Insight platform. Yet we are also at a turning point that is also marked within this General Assembly, the launch of Interpol's Global Crime Trend Report that you saw on the video. It is the first time that we have tried to bring together and build a picture that allows us to do the analysis across the globe of the crime threats we are facing. Let me refer to the report's summary of findings for the first time, and thank you to those who have pulled it together. The full text will be shared with you after today. What it has shown us is that the 5 global priority crime threat areas are around the areas of organised crime, illicit trafficking, specifically drugs, people and migrants, financial crimes, notably money laundering and financial scams and frauds. Cybercrimes are threatening the world with ransomware, phishing and romance scams and OSC, the offences of child grooming online, and finally, terrorism. What the report has done is it has shown us the transformative effect of the digitalisation of criminal methods across the world. The Crime Threat Report also explores how these issues are converging across the world, and they are often mutually reinforcing the threats that our officers and colleagues are facing. As Prime Minister Modi said in his opening, we need to cooperate more than ever before. So we need to understand where those threats emerge and how they come together for our collective decision-making to ensure that we are more effective across the globe. Between July and September of this year, Interpol's Operation Neptune 4 focused on maritime travel between North Africa and Europe. Because of the automation of data, 2.5 million checks were carried out of Interpol databases. What we saw was significant numbers of stolen, lost travel documents identified, stolen motor vehicles seized, 46 nominal hits, 16 individuals arrested and seized firearms, including automatic weapons, military-grade ammunition, high volumes of drugs, and 40,000 MDAs. So whether it is any of these operations that we work on together, whether it be Neptune, Flashpact, Kybor, they are just some of the examples of what we can do when we come together, when we evidence the operational commitment and the operational value that Interpol can bring to member countries. Finally, alongside these new initiatives, we certainly understand that we need to be able to sustain what we do with you, whether that is an operational engagement, whether that is training, or whether it is a crime operation. We cannot operate for brief periods with member countries. We are proud that we have seen the development of Project Stadia, moving from a specific event to deliver a safe World Cup, to become a repository of knowledge that every member country can share, ensuring that the legacy of learning and the legacy of safety will sustain and continue. So, Mr. President, panelists, ladies and gentlemen, friends, to conclude, today Interpol holds an array of operational capabilities, and more are being developed. And they are intended to enable us to fight together against these serious transnational threats. But there is a real commitment across my teams to listen and to learn from our member countries so that we can ensure those capabilities are properly used, whether that is strengthening border security, whether it is catching sex offenders, whether it is understanding the criminal activities on the dark web. We certainly see the seizure of firearms across the world as essential, and we need to be more effective, as we have heard, in the seizure and confiscation of illicit financial proceeds. So, let us listen to our panelists on some transnational crime threats. Let us learn from their experiences of operational cooperation through Interpol. And let us reflect on how together We will improve Interpol's preparedness together with you for the future. So if I may, what I will now do is we will turn to our panelists, having highlighted what we intend to do. And I'll firstly go to Ms. Paulette Green. She is our first panelist and joined Jamaica Constabulary Force in July 1989. Since then, she has received the Medal of Honor for long service and good conduct in Jamaica Constabulary Force. She also recently received the Medal of Honor for meritorious service in 2022. She has been positioned as the branch head for security and head of NCB for Kingston. She is an illuminary for us. She brings energy, ideas, and vision to the operations. And Paulette, it's a privilege to have you here. I'll hand over for your introduction.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. President of Interpol, Major General Ahmed Nal Al-Raisi, Secretary General Jürgen Stock, members of the 195 Interpol countries, observers, visitors, members of the panel, good afternoon. It is my honor to be a member of the Jamaican delegation headed by Commissioner of Police Major General Anthony Anderson at this, the 90th Interpol General Assembly in New Delhi, India. I bring you warm greetings from the law enforcement community and the people of our beautiful island. In August 1963, 59 years to date, Jamaica became a member of Interpol. Since then, the country has played its part and continues to do so in collaborating and cooperating with various projects that Interpol has instituted. We are pleased at the significant results that have been achieved. The presence of transnational organized crime, criminal gangs, and drug traffickers are persistent and dangerous problems. These issues makes it imperative for us in this 195 strong member organization to communicate effectively and rapidly on the movements of criminals, identification of patterns and trends in the trafficking of humans, contraband, activities involving terrorism, and cybercrime. Since combating these dangerous activities rests on sound workable partnerships locally, regionally, and internationally. Jamaica has seen its fair share of violent crimes fueled by organized criminal gangs, and their actions are major contributing factors to the violence, particularly gun-related homicides, which plague the country. The movements of small arms, drugs, and other contrabands provide the means for illicit enrichment of criminals who also engage in extortion, inter- and intra-gang conflicts that often extend beyond national borders. Although various security measures have resulted in the seizure of illegal firearms and ammunition, the apprehension and conviction of numerous gangsters, the challenge of guns and ammunition flow, as well as the ability of criminals to cross borders, required vigilant cooperation and support from each of these 195 member states. Our island by itself does not have the capacity to effectively stem the illegal flow of firearms into the country, and we, therefore, have to rely on you, our colleague, for support in this ongoing problem. Our annual seizure of an average 800 handguns and rifles have also not put any significant dent in the availability of weapons for those engaged in illegal activities. Using Interpol tools and capabilities, Interpol Kingston finds great utility in the tools and capabilities provided by this body. We rely heavily on the nominal, IARMS, and the stolen or lost travel document database. We are able to make checks, identify and match persons who are involved in criminal activities speedily, and develop response that yield results. IARMS provided us with the capability to input information on seized, lost, and stolen firearms to ascertain origin and history of ownership in other jurisdictions. The stolen or lost travel documents database contains lost stolen documents which can be tracked if used for travel, and this is very critical because of the negative impact such use could have by criminals and terrorists. So far, 22,568 such records are currently on the database populated by NCB Kingston. One of the greatest benefits to being a member of Interpol is the support we get in tracking wanted persons. NCB Kingston currently has 489 notices in circulation worldwide. Of this number, 76 are for persons wanted and 55 are influencers of violence and gang members. The majority, 350, are for missing persons. Due to our continuous collaboration, 14 red notice subjects have returned between 2021 and present. These individuals including former law enforcement officers who were wanted for various criminal offenses. Jamaica has been able to make significant arrests of wanted persons, and 2 cases drew international attention. First was the arrest on October 21, 2021 of Mario Antonio Palacios, a Colombian national wanted in Haiti as a key suspect in the assassination of the Haitian president, Jovenel Moise, on July 7, 2021. He has since been deported from Jamaica, and this was on January 3, 2022. The second high-profile arrest was that of Joseph Joel John, a Haitian senator, on January 14, 2022. This subject was wanted as an accomplice in the assassination of the Haitian president, Jovenel Moise, in July 2021. Operational activities coordinated by Interpol in the region worldwide. The recently concluded operations trigger yield significant result in the seizure of drugs, seizure of firearms and ammunition, the arrest of criminal suspects. We also participated in Operation Turquesa, which deals with human trafficking, Thunder, which deals with environmental crimes, trafficking of illegal timber, Lionfish, targeting drug trafficking, Infra, targeting fugitives on red notices, Pangea, illicit goods and medicines. Our participation in these operations have been very successful. Interpol Kingston also benefited from training. 62 of these courses were offered via the WebEx and the Kudo platform, while the remaining 8 were hosted in other member countries. In conclusion, Jamaica fully supports the establishment of the regional office in Barbados and is in the process of identifying a member from the JCF to be seconded to that office. This august body can be assured of continued support and partnership of Jamaica as we collectively strive to improve the safety and security of our citizens across the world. Thank you very much, and thanks for the warm welcome in New Delhi.
Paula, we'll come to the questions and answers shortly, but when you suddenly hear the systems helping the arrest of individuals wanted for assassinations of heads of state, it really does bring home the power and the commitment you have. So we now move from the Caribbean across the Atlantic to East Africa and round the Horn. Our second panelist today, Mr. Barasa Saya, was recruited as a constable into the Kenya Police College in 1992. He has been the head of the NCB in Nairobi since 2020, and he has immense experience as a police advisor at the United Nations mission in South Sudan. Assistant Inspector General of Police Saya, we look forward to hearing your experience.
Thank you so much, PDPS, the President of Interpol, our SG, our fellow delegates. Kenya was admitted to the Interpol organization on the 1st of October 1968. And since then, Kenya has remained an active member of the organization. and always utilizes what is made available by Interpol in the fight against crime. Notably, there are two criminal threats within the Eastern Africa region. Number one on the list is are the cyber crimes. And the surge of cyber crimes was widely experienced during the COVID pandemic, where criminals could retreat to their various hideouts and commit various cyber crimes using devices, simple devices such as mobile telephones. Number two is terrorism, for which Kenya has been hit the hardest. Hardest in the sense that in the past, we've had to be victims of three major terrorism incidents in which tens of lives were lost, various people were injured, and of course a lot of property was damaged. As a country, with the instruments that we have at our disposal, including our legislation, we've had to see how best we can combat terrorism. But with the Interpol operational capabilities, for sure, we are at a different level, a notch higher in combating terrorism, not only in Kenya, but within our Eastern Africa region. Just to mention the three major incidents I talked about. The first one, which was so serious, was in September 2013, when a shopping mall called Westgate was attacked by terrorists. Within that incident, we lost 71 lives, you can imagine, including 4 terrorists. And then, as if that was not enough, in April 2015, Kenya yet experienced a nasty incident, a terrorism incident, at one of our universities in the northern frontier of Kenya. That was Garissa University, where unfortunately we lost 148 lives, including, I don't know whether it's as usual, 4 terrorists. And then the last one was almost 3 years ago. That was in January 2019, when a complex in which there is a hotel called District 2 was equally attacked. And the results were that we lost 22 lives, including 5 attackers. So Kenya decided to go back to the drawing board and see how best we can address terrorism and ensure safety for the Kenyans, the East Africans, Africans in the African continent, and even the global community, by embracing and strengthening the available Interpol operational capabilities and really making use of them so that that threat is addressed to the best. And in fact, as we speak now, at least we've not had serious incidents of terrorism in Kenya since 2019. The first on the list of the capabilities are the notices we normally use. One on that list is the red notices. Of course, we have in mind non-terrorists who not only move within Kenya, but they go beyond Kenya. And for them to be located and addressed, we've been using red notices. And in fact, just to give an example, there was one terror suspect who was arrested in Kenya, charged and presented before court. But unfortunately, it's a constitutional right. He was released on bail. He absconded court. So we did request for publication of a red notice. And this man is called Salim Mohammed. The other name is, or the alias name is Chotara. He was on his way after fleeing Kenya to Mozambique, according to the information that we had. Fortunately, based on the red notice that was published, he was able to be arrested in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. And that was in January this year. With that cooperation we have with DRC, our law enforcers were invited to the Democratic Republic of the Congo to collaborate with the agencies in DRC to further investigate what this terror suspect was after. The other on the list are deficients. Of course, deficients really assist and have really made it easy for us to locate and arrest suspected terrorists, obtain information concerning terrorism in various areas, and in fact, really help us to warn our fellow law enforcers on terrorism and terrorists. Our global communication system, that is the I-247, has also come in handy in trying to resolve, not even just trying, has resolved terrorism within our country. As we know, this is the gateway through which we pass messages, and those messages contain information on terrorists and terrorism. So we obtain information from like-minded Kenyans, be they in their private capacity or public capacity concerning terrorism, and relay the same or share with our counterparts in other countries concerning the terrorism and the terrorists for best investigations. Or the other capability we've had to utilize are the databases, specifically the nominals and stolen, lost, and travel documents in trying to contain especially the movement of terrorists from one point to another or at border crossings. And this normally is done when we have joint operations with the various agencies within our countries and even our neighboring countries. Because in our Eastern Africa, anytime we have operations, joint ones, they run concurrently. And of course, it's not even only one or two countries that are involved. Giving an example is the Simba 1, 2, 3 series that we've always had to jointly undertake as the neighboring countries. And anytime we deploy these capabilities, they really assist in the surveillance of the security of the region, the country, and even scaring the would-be terrorists. Another capability we've had to be of much importance to us are the trainings offered by Interpol, on-site trainings and even virtual trainings. These trainings are very important in imparting the professional skills that are required for investigating terrorism. We know that you may have a device, an Interpol device at your exposure, but if we don't have the skill or the knowledge on how to use it, it is useless. So these trainings are very key, and they really assist in adding more skills on our enforcement agents in the area of terrorism. I've just mentioned that the virtual one. We of course, we've been beneficiaries of the Virtual Academy. In fact, I'm one of the biggest beneficiaries of the Interpol Policing Capabilities Virtual Training Program of 2020. To be specific, I was trained as from 27th of July to 27th of August 2020. By then I was just very new in the Bureau. I needed an exposure on the goings on in Interpol, and this opportunity was availed for me. And it was actually a good interaction. 3 hours, 3 consecutive hours, 5 working days was good for us for the month-long training to acquire the necessary skills. Almost. I think with that, I'm available, and if there are any questions to be put across to Kenya, they are most welcome. Thank you.
Josiah, thank you very much indeed. We'll have an opportunity through the President very shortly to explore some of those issues, but again, the variety of those awful terrorist incidents, utilising a back to the drawing board approach, working all the way through to the databases, but also the recognition of how important the virtual training is. Thank you very much indeed. I'm delighted to introduce the senior police leader who represents our host country for this Interpol General Assembly. You have heard Director Jaswal speak already. He is, to remind you all, the Director of India's Central Bureau of Investigation. His experience includes serving on the Mumbai Anti-Terrorism Squad and leading Mumbai Police as its Commissioner. He has also been the Director General for Maharashtra State Police as well as CISF. Director Jaswal has received numerous accolades, including the President's Police Medal for Distinguished Service in 2009. Mr. Director Jaswal, it's an honour to have you on our panel. The floor is yours for your reflections. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stephen, for giving me the floor. President Tracy, distinguished panelists and colleagues present here today. At the very outset, let me convey my appreciation to Interpol for organizing this panel discussion. It is very critical that we have organized it at the 90th General Assembly. The initiative is a good step for strengthening the operational orientation of Interpol. India, as you would know, is facing a technological tsunami. And for the record, we have the highest numbers of digital financial transactions globally. Use of social media has gone through the roof, over 500 million users. WhatsApp users, about 460 million. YouTube users, about roughly the same number. There has been an explosion in e-commerce and e-banking. We have about 470 million beneficiaries of a new banking scheme introduced in 2014. The challenge, therefore, is that policing is no longer only confined to the physical space, but has become extremely critical for all of us to police the cyberspace. Digital evidence has become extremely critical for criminal investigations, online radicalization, most importantly, terrorist communications, more important than terror financing. These have emerged as vital challenges for us to maintain global peace. Ransomware attacks on critical infrastructure and more recently drone attacks, use of drones for what? For drug trafficking and cross-border smuggling. The threat landscape today requires a total rethink for all of us. Most importantly, there is a need for speed. That has to become the essence of a police response. We cannot allow criminals to, exploit jurisdictional differences and perpetrate their crimes. They cannot be allowed to mock the criminal justice system anywhere in the world. A fugitive economic offenders cannot be brought to justice, and they need to be dealt with very, very effectively and their properties seized. As I say, the old ways have to give way to the new ways. Today we are globally facing a deadly cocktail of terrorism, terror financing, organized crime, money laundering, serious economic crimes, drug trade, human trafficking, and believe me, these are all interconnected at some way or the other. They all feed into each other, and we cannot view each of these things in isolation. We need to have a comprehensive strategy to deal with the same. We all need to understand as member countries that a safe haven for terrorism or a sanctuary for organized criminals anywhere in the world is eventually a serious threat to every country. Long before 2001 took place, the World Trade Center attacks, India had been facing terrorism much before that. Our law enforcement agencies have been very well dealing with the challenges, but we need to adapt continuously. We can never forget the dastardly attacks at Mumbai in 2008. A few days from now, on the 26th, we'll be celebrating its anniversary. And I was there in Paris when the attacks on Bataclan took place. And believe me, the mindset is the same. Mindset, the technology, the way the operations were carried out, it is very, very similar. So what we need to appreciate as policemen of the world, that we can never underestimate the global threat from terrorism. Lone wolf attacks based on online radicalization from another country, live broadcasts on social media of spectacular attacks, small children being sexually exploited. We had conducted a large-scale operation in consultation with INTERPOL very recently, Operation Make Chakra, and when I spoke to you in Istanbul, we had conducted an operation called Operation Carbon. We found footprints across the world, and believe me, we have in the process of disseminating all the selectors which have been found in the investigations and in the operations to all the member countries. Financial criminals cannot be allowed to evade justice. Unfortunately, what we are witnessing is they are taking advantage of the benign legal structures in certain places and taking advantage to perpetrate their activities from those areas. This global threat assessment by Interpol will enable us to develop a better common strategy with common threats. We have always been very proactive in rendering assistance via the Interpol network, and I assure you, on my watch, we will provide whatever assistance that is required by a member country to track down, geolocate perpetrators of crime. We will always there to strengthen the hands of Interpol to combat crime and terrorism. But, and I say but with all due respect, please, Interpol should not get intimidated by well-heeled economic offenders who deploy a battery of lawyers to drag Interpol to courts. You must be strong. Because we member countries are strong, we are there with you to support your actions in dealing with these characters. We should not hesitate to continue its noble mandate to assist member countries to combat crime. For the record, we are the largest contributor to the stolen and lost data records of the Interpol. And we have done several operations with Interpol in the field of cybercrime. We have carried out large-scale operations within the country. We have carried out large-scale operations to combat drugs in the country with the help of Interpol and also providing them inputs on the same. Presently, an ongoing operation is there to geolocate criminal fugitives and track them down to their place where they are hiding. All in all, we feel that there is a tremendous scope for Interpol to operationalize itself. It should not become only an analysis-based organization. It should look forward to conducting operations and to which member countries should willingly come forward and assist. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you, Steve.
That was a fascinating insight. We hear the scale of lives lost in Kenya. We remind ourselves of those terrible events in Mumbai and the language that is used, a deadly, toxic cocktail of crimes that are taking place with systems that are sometimes designed for the crimes of yesteryear. And how do we identify, brilliantly articulated, those footprints that exist across the world? That is where Interpol should be leaning in and trying to help. So thank you very much indeed. We now move across from India to South America. Our next panelist brings policing experience over 3 decades. He is Colonel Marinho Ripa. He serves as the head of NCB Lima. And his rich, very deep experience includes the investigation of complex terrorist cases and live terrorist operations. Well trained in various courses and programs under the Peruvian government accelerated scheme, he's our 4th panelist and also a great friend of Interpol in the way he mobilizes when threats are identified. Colonel Julio Oscar Marinho Ripa, the floor is yours. We're keen to listen to your experience. Thank you for being here.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My greetings from the head of police of the National Police of Peru, Mr. Julio Oscar Marinho Ripa, head of the Peru NCB. I would like to thank the organizers of the Interpol General Assembly for having considered the landmark task carried out by the National Peru Police through the Lima NCB. My gratitude for that acknowledgement. I am fully convinced that one of the strengths of Interpol is the I-24/7 protected communication system. And in particular, the case I would like to mention today is something that was done in 2021 regarding the dismantling of a criminal organization involved in child pornography. This operation was carried out by, these crimes involved the father and the mother of this child. They were offering photos and videos of their 1-month child daughter. After well-coordinated actions between the National Police of Peru as well as the Unit of Crimes Against Minors of Interpol, the ICSI, as well as the coordination with the Attorney General on persons trafficking, as well as the Department of Technology and Research of the Peru Police, we were able to arrest the 2 parents involved, and this child was rescued, and she is at the moment in care by the national authorities of Peru. So that was a great success. Peru, like all other countries, face a number of threats related to organized crime. Many of these crimes have to do with the situation of migrants and the issues of migration we're suffering in Peru. According to current data, until 2021, we had recorded the entrance of around 1.3 million persons in our border with through our border with Ecuador. 78% of these immigrants are illegal, and they are in illegal circumstances in Peru. Either they have not submitted the request to the immigrant authorities to legalize their situation, or else the travel documents are currently expired, or their residence permits have expired as well. However, criminal networks involved in persons trafficking are helping them coming to the country illegally. And the dramatic situation is that these persons arrive in our country without any documents, and that leads them to commit violent crimes across the country. These violent crimes deserve the rejection of our society. Many of these violent crimes have to do with extortion, and the Peruvian police need to increase their efforts to arrest these persons and put them in jail. In our borders, we also have immigrant trafficking. Many of these immigrants will end up in networks of prostitution and illegal work. This is also compounded by the forging of ID cards and ID documents. We, through the Interpol, are using different capabilities that we have at hand to fight all these problems. In order to arrest and to extradite these persons, we are using red notices, as allowed by the regulations in Peru. Anyone who is subject to a red notice is arrested in Peru and is brought to court until the authorities who have asked for this, have submitted the red notice, submit the necessary documents. And once we receive the necessary documents and follow the necessary procedures, all these criminals are extradited. And Peru is one of the very few countries that offer this way of action among the 195 members of Interpol. That's the way we work, and just like other countries, we also require capacity building. And for that, I am convinced that the Interpol will provide further training for the national police specialized units. And if that training were to be provided, I'm sure results would be much better. Thank you very much.
Coronel, thank you very much indeed for the variety of challenges you face NCB Lima and in Peru. It's worthy of mention, the idea that anybody could go onto the dark web and sexually abuse a month-old baby horrifies every single one of us. One of the things that allowed us to bring that inquiry to a successful conclusion, apart from the fantastic work of colleagues from Peru, was the vision of colleagues from Canada and Australia who had come across these awful events and realized on their own they did not have the data or the capacity to identify where this poor child was. So they came to us, and Ilana de Wild, who is my director of OEC's teams, worked tirelessly with Canada, Australia, and our own data. And then, as soon as we identified what was happening in Peru, the coroner's support was there, steadfast, and we were able to rescue that child. But as we consider this, we need to remember that child was in another jurisdiction, on another part of the world, and we have to take responsibility for those harms that people in our countries cause elsewhere, whether that's money laundering, whether that's financial romance scams, or whether that is the abuse of an innocent baby. So thank you to everyone who became part of what was a uniquely appalling case in my significant time in policing. So Paulette, we wanted to have some comfy chairs here so we could try and make it more of a conversation, but we're behind the desk, so you will have to bear with us. Paulette, you gave us a very impactful insight into the scale of the financial impact around firearms, but you've had to invest time and leadership to get your NCB where it is now. Can you just talk to the colleagues about what you saw the potential was and what you had to do to help NCB Kingston get where you wanted it to be?
One of the greatest success for us is this sort of leadership that the leadership of the JCF takes in ensuring that Interpol functions effectively. And our Commissioner of Police has done that. He has allowed us to restructure Interpol to allow us now and give us the resources to operate on a 24-hour basis, so we are able to go across the different time zones. And the support that we get in general from the police force in making Interpol a success, like for example, sending information to us, the green notices, we populate them with gangsters moving throughout the region, and we are able to track their movements once they go to our airports. We know that they are leaving, so we can monitor. The sort of training that we get from Interpol and the support also helps us to function more effectively, and that's how we are able to get the kind of success that we want for Interpol. The team itself at Interpol, operationally, our Detective Inspector Ricardo Murphy, who you met, he plays a major role in terms of ensuring that all requests are treated with the answers necessary to help an investigation, whether locally or internationally, is done, and therefore we have seen great success when it comes to using Interpol tools and capabilities to get the sort of success that we have.
Paulette, thank you. We heard from Brad Smith earlier, we combine that infrastructure 24/7, making sure we're available. We talk about the culture, the nature of the relationship between the NCB and the police leadership.
Yes.
And we suddenly then see the communication to make sure those opportunities are grasped. I think that's incredibly helpful for all of us. Saya, you've highlighted an awful terrorist threat that you face. Al-Shabaab and other groups move across borders. But you also talked about how notices and diffusions can be used to push Kenya's influence and to protect its borders beyond their own geographical lines. Can you talk to us about what learning you've taken about how to improve the use of notices and diffusions to keep your country safe?
Thank you once again, EDPS. Security practitioners do not have the luxury to act in isolation. You must cooperate both nationally and internationally for the best results. in your fight against crime. For us in Kenya, we've had in the past, and we shall always take part in Interpol-initiated operations, specifically joint operations. And that is how we best succeed in combating crime, by way of reaching out to our neighbors and even those beyond our own neighbors or neighboring countries. Just to mention one, we had an operation codenamed Magaidi. Magaidi is the Kiswahili name for terrorists. This one, we did it jointly with our line unit that is charged with handling terrorism in the country. It's called the Anti-Terrorism Police Unit. So what it involved was getting information and biometrics from inmates who have been imprisoned based on terror-related crimes. We were not fortunate to go to the various prisons, but using our investigative files in some instances, we obtained information about those inmates and, of course, fingerprint impressions. And having sieved through that data, we decided to request the Interpol General Secretariat to publish blue notices of 47 cases, successful cases. And the purpose was now to share that information with other countries. And of course, request those countries having any information about the individuals within those blue notices to also feed us with information. So that is one case. This operation was carried out in May this year, and it was quite successful. I have a very recent case of cooperation. In May 2022, our counterparts in Seychelles were handling an investigation related to an arms cache, thousands of rounds of ammunition and then explosives. Through the Interpol capabilities, they were able to reach out to Kenya to assist in investigating that matter. So we were able to send out our ballistics and explosives experts to Seychelles to assist in that investigation. And of course, successes were realized. So that's just to mention but a few, and to at least confirm that cooperation in the fight against crime, and specifically terrorism, is very important. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. The stakes are high on such cases, clearly. Director Jaswal, we've heard very much about the tech tsunami and the scale of the impact that's having. What we've also seen is a sense of breakthrough, a sense of an ability for us to be able to work more effectively with a huge country like India. What would you say the lessons, and what has gone well, but what does Interpol need to focus on to maintain the strength of the recent operations you just mentioned?
Stephen, as you are well aware, in fact, we were working with you also. 3 operations that we launched: Operation Chakra, a cyber to track down, take action on cyber-enabled financial crimes; Operation Garuda to coordinate action on transnational drug networks; Operation Carbon and Operation Make Chakra to take action and track down and bring down international online sexual exploitation. All these operations were done with several inputs which you provided and several inputs in return we also provided. We are looking forward to step up cooperation with Interpol in tracing and tracking criminal fugitives and proceeds of crime. Most importantly, geolocating criminal fugitives. That is a critical action that we need to work together on. We have about 700 odd red corner notices all over the world. And like Mr. Barasa also mentioned that red corner notices are a key action point which needs to be looked into by all of us. I can just tell you a success story that some time back, Egypt acted on a red corner notice which we had issued, and we were able to get back the criminal who was involved in one of the largest financial scams in India, and the main accused is in London trying to still stall proceedings, and we had to use the good offices of President Interpol also to ensure that this gentleman who was to be deported by Egyptian police landed in India while transiting through UAE. The issue here is very simply this. We need to be extremely understanding of what is required to be done, and that is catching the fugitives. We in India are a huge country. We have about 30 territorial police forces functioning independently. CBI being the National Central Bureau helps all these police forces. So what we need is of extremely effective action on the red corner notices and exchanging of real-time information with NCBs, and we appeal to all NCBs, please reach out to us. I can promise you we will respond very, very effectively. There have been a few bilaterals in which we, since morning, and that has been the sense that we are also getting. So all in all, we would say, let us focus on geolocation of fugitives. If we are able to do that, be they terrorists, be they financial fraudsters, anybody who is in this category needs to be geolocated and reported. I know there is a long legal process after that. That's well and good. But if we are able to geolocate, we can take action on that.
Thank you very much indeed. Before we turn to you for asking questions and probing the panel, let me just turn to Coronel Mahino. You and your teams must have encountered new challenges in how to present the evidence from that awful crime from offenders across the globe. What more could Interpol do to support teams learning these new skills? And what would the learning be for our colleagues watching about how such cases can be pursued?
As a matter of fact, in this particular case that I just talked to you about, the most fundamental part of this process was international cooperation. The strength of this work has been the timely communication that we had, the professional work that the Peruvian police did allowed us to put both the husband and the wife in custody, in preventive prison. So ever since this started, the NCB in Lima that had already had talks and training about the ICSE database knew about how to go about the procedures. So the officers were very meticulous, and they channeled all the evidence and the leads, and they channeled that to the justice. So there wasn't any reason for a lawyer could reject or appeal against this evidence. Right now, as I said, they have they are in prison for 18 months, but the prosecutor has requested life imprisonment for both. The baby is well taken care of in the care of the Peruvian authorities. This case was pretty much talked about internationally because of the way in which they were selling pictures and videos of their daughter being abused, and they were apprehended. They were arrested by, they were tracked by Interpol, and this coordinated work allowed to dismantle an organization. It was a completely perverted case that we're talking about. The Peruvian police, with the support from Interpol and with thanks to the coordination with the Ministry of Justice and the prosecution office, they could do a number of legal proceedings to identify the virtual IP because they received the money by cryptocurrency. So the prosecution office could get in touch with Google, with Hotmail, in order to track and trace the accounts and the account numbers to identify him. So once all the evidence were collected, we put together an operation with the authorization of the judiciary, and both the father and the mother of the baby were arrested. Nowadays, as a result, we found a laptop with numberless pictures, photographs, and videos of child abuse of other minors, other children, as well as their daughter when she was 1 month old. It is terrible to tell you about what we have seen, but thankfully, the baby is under the protection of the Peruvian state right now. The ICSE platform is a mechanism for investigation and cooperation regarding child sexual exploitations, and allows us to arrest these individuals and rescue the innocent victims. It also allows us to reduce the number of child abuse, sexual child abuse. And as I said earlier, and I made a request a few minutes ago, it would be wonderful for Interpol to expand this training on ICSE, not just to Interpol, but the specialized units that are working on prevention and investigation of these crimes. Thank you very much.
Coronel, thank you very much indeed. And I think that will link on to later this week when we will have the session on the crimes against children, something that I think unites us all in fighting. Perhaps it's time to now hand back to the President so he can draw some questions from the floor for our esteemed panelists. Mr. President, I hand the floor back.
Thank you, Mr. Kevin. Thank you, the panelists, for your informative and information which is really valuable. We'll open the floor now for questions. Please request the floor using the same equipment you have used today for the for requesting or for the voting which we experienced this morning or this afternoon. We give the floor to Qatar. Please take the floor.
In the name of God, most compassionate, most merciful, Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General.
We cannot hear the question. Please, if you can open the microphone and raise your voice.
Your Excellency, Mr. President, Your Excellency, Mr. Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, Allow me first and foremost to extend my deepest thanks to the government of India for the warm welcome and the super organization of this assembly. I'm pleased to be among you today to represent Qatar at this 19th General Assembly of Interpol. I wish you all full success in your work. I'd like to seize this opportunity to extend on my behalf and on behalf of Qatar my greetings to Interpol. We thank this organization for all the efforts that are deployed in moving forward in implementing initiatives and providing tools and services that are of great support and help to its member countries. Ladies and gentlemen, you all know that Qatar will be welcoming in the few coming weeks the most important sports event. We will be hosting the FIFA World Cup 2022. We've been organizing for this event for quite some time now, and we have deployed all needed efforts to guarantee the success of this event, because we consider that we need to take into consideration, most importantly, the security aspect whenever we organize such events. That's why Qatar, represented by the Ministry of Interior, have already established the Qatar Legacy Committee. This committee is currently in charge of monitoring all security measures that are now in place to guarantee the security of the sport teams, the visitors, and all those who will be taking part in this event. Our purpose is to be able to host this event with all needed security conditions. The Ministry of Interior has already adopted the needed measures and has taken the arrangements with the participation of all national stakeholders. We are fully ready and we have coordinated efforts in order to guarantee the security of all participants. And we have cooperated with the neighboring countries and with all our partners. We have cooperated via the International Cooperation Center, which is in charge of exchanging information with the countries neighboring and other countries in order to make sure that there is a good exchange of information. I'd like to seize this opportunity to thank Interpol. This organization has played a great role via the Stadia project and has helped us greatly in promoting our efforts to guarantee the success of this sport event this year. Ladies and gentlemen, the agenda of this General Assembly is a very rich one, and this reflects the efforts of the organization and the efforts of the Executive Committee. This assembly will enable us to adopt resolutions and to take the needed steps, the steps that we all are in need of. I'm sure that we will be supported by all members in order for all of us to be able to meet the expectations of our populations. Thank you very much.
Now we give the floor to Belgium.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'm always looking forward to this point on the agenda, the operational highlights, because it's about the core business of Interpol, support the operational international police cooperation. And I have a question for the panel, because in Belgium, we have really an example of the value of the Interpol tools for the operational police work. We integrated via the fixed Interpol network database the Interpol databases in our national information architecture. And that means, really concrete, that all our frontline officers and border guards have direct access to the Interpol nominals database without passing a central point. And this led, after the implementation, to a raise of hits of more than 30%. So this is very important for the fight against different criminal phenomena. And even more, with this knowledge of Interpol and of this project, we managed to realize for our frontline officers a system that with a one-stop search on their PC screen, they can have direct access to our national database, the Schengen Information System, and the Interpol database, which is of utmost importance at our borders and is a real advantage for our public security. We want to support all the member states who are interested in this project, and we are ready to share our experience and exchange best practices. And my question to the panel is, how can we increase these possibilities for direct access for our frontline officers and border guards all around the world? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Belgium. Let's give the floor to Paraguay.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. President, panel members, fellows from the NCBs from all over the world. To me, it is a pleasure to be here. My name is Carlos Alberto Gude. I'm the head of the NCB in Asunción, Paraguay. Obviously, all of the panelists, one way or another, have agreed on many factors, many common factors that are common for all the countries. Some of the questions, some of the issues are more serious, but we all agree because it's a problem for society. But the advance of technology nowadays, I think that there are two main factors that are really getting us together right now. First, the lack of capacities and capabilities that we have in the different NCBs as to how to approach technological issues, as to how to approach the problems related to technology assessments, collection of relevant data, and another one is access to technology, the access to the technology. So for this second part, each country has to deal with it, of course, but in terms of the first issue, and I think we as Interpol, we can help a lot. We can help by creating capacities in all of the NCBs in order to tackle these issues and to help specialized units specialized in different crime areas, because all of them have a cross-cutting issue, which is crime, dealing with and tackling crime. The capabilities and capacities in Peru are probably the similar that we have in Paraguay. The rates of migrants for various reasons, and among these issues, the criminal nature, it's a frequent matter, a frequent problem in Paraguay. We're talking about diversity here. There is a diversity of population in Paraguay. And when it comes to security, it requires security agencies to share relevant information with all over the world in order to help citizens, innocent citizens, and vulnerable citizens, and people that come to our country to work. We are located in the middle of Central Americas, and we're neighboring countries with two giants, Argentina and Brazil. And this requires to be more firm from Interpol, requires more efficiency from Interpol. And I'm sure that we can do something about it after the discussions that we just heard. And when we try to expand Interpol services to specialized units, law enforcement units, in the same sense, Paraguay supports this in order to help the specialized units. And we need certain models of business models have proven effective, and these improvements have led to arrests. We have made great advances in terms of stolen vehicles, and we realize that this is the real path in order to reach good police corporations. I'd like to thank the Interpol executive directors, but we need more corporations because we need to get more training and more capabilities in Paraguay. I'm sure we will find the right time in order to write down and put it in writing to the executive committees in order to deal with these issues with more objectivity. I'd like to take this opportunity. I was really looking forward to this time to say this. Paraguay is open to international corporations in order to create the appropriate scenario, because we really want a safer scenario to fight against crime. Thank you.
Thank you, Paraguay. Somalia, please take the floor, and if you please stick to the time.
Okay.
Go ahead.
It's a great pleasure for me as a Somali Police Force Commissioner, Major General Abdi Hassan Mohammed, to be here in person today at the Interpol 90th General Assembly meeting in Delhi, India. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Somali police profession has drastically changed due to the nature of the contemporary security challenges that ranges from terrorism, internal insurgency, human trafficking, smuggling, and other organized crimes. These crimes have forced some police institutions to rethink their approach in addressing them, hence the need for continuous training and retraining during the past few years. We utilize all possible means and tools to continue building the capacity of our police force officers who participated in various seminars and workshops. As you may all know, the Somalis' main problem is terrorist organization linked with Al-Qaeda. The new administration set a strategy to fight with the terrorist organizations. Unlike the customary military operation, the strategy is based on 4 pillars, namely ideological warfare, denial of financial access, securing big cities from terrorist activities, and extensive multiple-front military operations. By combining those strategy pillars, it will be calamity to the terrorist group, and it will deny them to freely organize and conduct criminal activities. The nature of the threat we face in Somalia are complex. Most of them affect our country and the region, and some of them also the whole world. As terrorists and organized crime, our leadership focus on building relationship with other police counterparts in the region, international organizations, strengthening our bilateral relation with other partner countries. It is notable that we have a partner, Interpol, and other internal organizations on multiple fronts. To name few, the Rare Sea Initiative, Jimmy Project, Project Compass, capacity building, bilateral operations and capacity building to our police officers. Finally, I want to thank the Interpol leadership for their continuous support and collaboration. We will work with the Interpol and all member states in every possible arena. Thank you.
Thank you, Somalia. And thank you for sticking on the time specified. And Dora, please take the floor.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. First and foremost, I would very quickly like to thank the Indian authorities for their extremely warm welcome. So thank you very much. Namaste. It's extremely clear, and it's clear after this first round table that cybercrime is an all-pervasive threat for communities, citizens, and also businesses from across the globe. Cybercrime is a global trend which knows no bounds. There are no borders in cybercrime. So this is why it's absolutely essential to strengthen international police cooperation to fight against cybercrime. Apparently, fighting cybercrime is extremely difficult, as we all know, but nonetheless, it's a priority for all Interpol member countries, not only now, but also for future years. I think, like other members in this hall, I was extremely impressed after the speech given by Mr. Brad Smith, who is president of Microsoft. He talked in his speech about something which is becoming an increasing trend, or a trend which is increasing at exponential speed, the metaverse. The metaverse is a universe. It's a parallel universe which exists in parallel to reality. It's a virtual world. And as he said in his speech, the Secretary General of Interpol knows that we have to fight against this. We're already part of this metaverse as well. So this raises a lot of questions in my mind. I wonder whether in the future we have to have representatives of all police forces of the world in the metaverse, so that we can have eyes to survey what's going on and eyes to track the cyber criminals who are in this metaverse. And in future, I was wondering whether we could imagine, maybe in a more distant future, I was wondering whether we might imagine the possibility of creating a universal standard or a universal criminal code to fight against this form of cybercrime. So I wanted to know whether in future you could explain what the future work of Interpol will be in the metaverse. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andorra. Now I'll give the floor to Steve Kavanagh to answer the questions, also to conclude.
Colleagues, I'll try and summarize, and maybe if there are opportunities, I'll look for the panel members to add any value. I think one of the key things that we've seen, particularly with Stadia, is the need for us to learn as a community. We have seen pockets of information being protected by experts in various parts of various organizations. And I think it's been really powerful to see the concept of sharing all of the Stadia learning, not just for the World Cup, but then moving forward for all events. And that's got to be a model. We'll come back to Brad Smith's thoughts in a moment. I thought, again, we link in to some of the opening speakers. Belgium, Peter, that point around the global information architecture. How do we provide access to the people that matter, the ones who are doing the stops, the ones who are doing the arrests, the ones that are going in to those addresses? We saw a fantastic example with colleagues from Côte d'Ivoire. Somebody called the police to an incident on a Wednesday night, a dispute between two people. A brilliant young police officer was not happy with one of them and went through a door and found 2.5 tons of cocaine. As a result of those actions and the leadership we saw, we were able to make connections across the world. And recently, Colombia informed us of some significant arrests from a patrol officer visiting an address and not being happy. That is how quickly we can connect these incidents. I think, how do we increase direct access to officers and to border guards, Peter? I think the work that we're doing on iCore around the biometric core and hub, which will store your biometrics, and it's yours, it's not the organization's, effectively keeping it secure, but then being able to communicate it quickly to those isolated officers, border guards. That is a turning point for public safety. That is a turning point for patrol officers as well, and we need to ensure that iCore delivers effectively in that regard. To colleagues, Carlos from NCB Ascension, I think the point around, again, we sort of highlight, it is technology, but what we have seen in Project Gemini, which some of you will have benefited from, the delivery of new technology has to be combined with new ways of working. And when we see those new cultures that we heard about from Brad Smith, when we see those new processes embedding, then suddenly the searches become automatic, the uploads become automatic, and you as a membership become stronger. So I think the key here is it won't all be about technology. It will be about how we train our teams, how we use the Global Academy. Medan Oberoi, Dr. Oberoi is with us this week, and we're going to have a session on the metaverse. But it's very much about making sure your teams know where the links are for that existing training opportunity that sits. You pay for it through your contributions, and it is there for you. So we need to make sure that we deliver. We had the immense privilege of hearing from our colleague from Somalia at a recent Middle East North Africa event. It is humbling to listen to the scale and the nature of the challenge some of our colleagues in this room face every day. The bravery, the tenacity, the resilience, and the leadership is quite breathtaking in hugely difficult circumstances. What we heard in the question and the point was the need for us to collaborate, for us to understand what Somalia needs, and for us as a community to try and see how we can support colleagues in such difficult circumstances. So we will continue to support you in any way we can. And finally, Roberto from Andorra, you're absolutely right. I think Interpol will play an increasing role around setting standards for investigations. The work, we have Odd Rydar here at the moment, who is in the UN. He's working closely with the Director of Cyber from my side of the team to try and establish a UN convention that identifies and connects the world more effectively. We need to support Odd, and we need to support Craig to make sure that that convention reflects the uplift in skills, the uplift in consistency that you and your teams need. Before I sort of close, panel, did you want to add anything?
Thank you, Steve. Some of the challenges that were raised by our colleagues from Andorra and Belgium about connectivity, going down to the last mile, and then looking at new crimes like how the metaverse can get utilized by criminals. There's some major challenge that we have, and that I can assume that in the rest of the world the same challenge would be there. That is receiving adequate assistance from social media and technology platforms. We had Mr. Brad Pitt from Microsoft speaking to us today. You see, Interpol needs to engage further with these technology platforms so that instantaneous assistance is received in serious crimes for combating various kinds of crime that happen, whether it's online radicalization or terrorism or child pornography. Now, we do get some assistance, but in terms of content, that remains a challenge. I mean, what is being cited more often is privacy laws and things like that. And the fact that servers are located in host countries where the legal impediments are there. Probably through the UN Convention on Cybercrime, these need to be addressed by Interpol. Interpol is a very strong body of police professionals. We in India have been talking about this convention, and we have been visiting them, and we have been able to convince that some changes to take place. But institutionally, if Interpol can take a larger step, more forceful step, and bring about some amendments, some changes in these initiatives where we can get content, that would be a great help.
Okay, Mr. President, valued colleagues of the panel, in closing, Director Jaiswal used a fantastic expression. These offenders, these predators, these evil individuals leave their footprints across the world. You represent the world, and the opportunity for us to align more effectively to find those footprints and source them back to where their crimes have taken place is our responsibility. If we listen to Brad Smith, he came up with 4 areas, and I'm going to slightly adjust them. But he's talked about architecture or infrastructure. We need to understand not just where our data and our networks of partnerships sit at a national or regional level. We need to work with Interpol increasingly to understand what the global picture looks like. We heard from Mr. Smith about collaborating, as we have heard in some of these questions. What are we doing to more effectively collaborate? Some of those projects have evidenced that. He also talked about a community and a culture where we have the assertiveness, we have the investigative pride to say, because somebody has gone beyond our borders, that we will still track them down and we will still hold them to account. I think it highlights that the crime trend report about where those nexus of crimes, crime methodologies and offenders sit, and how we start becoming more effective in aligning our resource is timely. It feels like the right piece at the right time. You will see that it is the first iteration. Cyril Gu is here as Director of OSA and has worked with his teams. We will make it better with you. So colleagues, for me, we can project our borders. We can keep our communities safer. We can use Interpol's learning, its capacity building capabilities, its notices, when we are strong, when we are determined, and when we are ready to adapt to the new threats that our officers are facing. I think the virtual training, the virtual opportunities, but remembering we are here to enable and to support the front line, I think means that this first workshop, Mr. President, has been hugely beneficial. And I thank my panel, if I may, Ms. Paulette Green, that's where you clap. Mr. Barasa Seya, thank you very much indeed. Director S.K. Jaiswal, for everything that has been done from India. And of course, Coronel Julio Oscar Marino Ripa, your contributions have been immense, not just here on the panel, but in everything you do at home. Mr. President, thank you for the opportunity to moderate this on day 1 of our 90th General Assembly. I hand the floor back.
Thank you, Steve Kavanagh. And as you said, it was really a great contribution from the panelists to these important topics, as well as the great and important questions we received from the countries. This is what we want. We want the interventions, questions, suggestions from you all
You are part of the roadmap for this organization. That's why we are here in this GA. And we want always to listen to what you said. Please do not hesitate. Participate even in small suggestions or question could lead to an important and to a very important decision in this organization. I look forward for more intervention in the next few days. And also, I would like to end this panel by announcing the closing of the session today, Tuesday, 18th of October. We will resume the second day of the General Assembly tomorrow on the 19th of October at 8:30. Please stick to the time so we can have also to finish early and also to have the time to have the discussion in each agenda item. Now I give the floor to the protocol officer for the announcement regarding the social program. Please take the floor.
Esteemed delegates and participants, thank you for being here with us today. A kind reminder that a reception cocktail is hosted by the Indian authorities at this venue. The dress code for this reception cocktail is business attire. Please be kindly reminded that the session tomorrow starts at 8:30 and it will be open for observers until the first break in the morning. After the first break at 10:30, the session will be closed for observers. We thank you again and we wish you a pleasant evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohammed. Looking forward to see you tomorrow at 8:30 in the morning. Thank you.